Hello, everyone. Happy Sunday. I ran along just to get pre-rolls out of the way for a while, so didn't want to talk until I knew that had finished. Don't know what the timing on that looks like on your end, but here we are. Let me fire up this game. Now, I had to adjust some sound levels for 2-Point Museum, so let me know how things sound now that we're back in Satisfactory. I think I put things more back to the way they were, but I need to make sure of that. And maybe come up with some way to have a preset per game or something, because clearly the sound balance is not quite the same in one game versus the other. But I hope everyone's having a good weekend. I have a Portuguese potato and kale soup in the slow cooker. It's very unusual that I'd make anything with kale in it, but it seemed pretty good overall. I'll put it in soups sometimes. The kale actually doesn't go in until near the end though, so everything else is in there. There's some red potatoes, there's some kielbasa sausage, there's some yeah, low tolerance for kale over here. There is some you get the canned chilies in adobo sauce. And every recipe I have that asks for that stuff only wants a little bit, so I'm gonna have to find something else to make to use up the rest of this can. And some chicken broth and some onion and some garlic. And this is the first recipe I'm trying from another one of those America's Test Kitchen cookbooks, so it seems like a pretty reliable recipe source. They've got a few slow cooker cookbooks, so this one is from the Slow Cooker Revolution. So we'll see how it goes. Okay, I don't want to use the autosave because I was spending a while getting my screenshot for last week's video thumbnail. And while doing that, I looked around to kind of address any slow spots in the factory. So let's take a look around, as we so often do. Here's our particle accelerator. And interestingly enough, which is not actually all that surprising, our limiting reagent here is the cubes that go into this thing, the pressure conversion cubes. So we've actually got a massive backlog from the massive amount of copper that we're making over there. So that is actually fine. Now over here is something a little more surprising. This is where we're making the thermal propulsion rockets. And we've got plenty of cooling systems for it. Those are even backed up. We've got a whole line here. The turbo motors are much more of a limiting reagent. The fused modular frames are to a lesser extent, but it's mostly the turbo motors. And if we come over here to the turbo motors, that's backed up as well because we're not getting enough motors. And that is a crazy basic ingredient. So that's the first thing we need to address before doing anything else. Here's the drone. Let's see what comes in from that. Yeah, we've got tons of the cooling systems stacked up. What are you bringing over? I'd rather wear the hover pack, but we can watch it from here. Lots of cooling systems. I'm not actually seeing any pressure conversion cubes, so we need to make sure that our cubes are being made as well. So that's what we need to do. Another thing I need to do is redeem this factory aesthetics break that Andre paid for while I wasn't streaming Satisfactory. So we're just saving it till now. What have you got over here? Okay, you finally got the motors you needed, so now you're working, but we need to address this slowdown first, and then we can do the aesthetics break. So step one is to come all the way over here where we're making motors and see what's happening. There's rotors. We've got plenty of those. Automated wiring is there. This is where we're making motors, and we're not getting very many stators to put into it. Some of the stators are going into automated wiring, which is fine and all, but we need more of these. Now, one thing we can do is, as you'll recall, we set up rotors to be put into this hammer space depot. Stators are still getting put into this giant bin. We do not need a backlog that big, so what we can do instead is this storage container down here was really just a placeholder, so we'd be able to stack the other bin on top of it. We've got some Mercer spheres because of the exploration that we were doing earlier. Build menu, please, not inventory. So we shall give ourselves a dimensional depot. What do you mean it's encroaching on another object's clearance? You're just underneath the other one. This is why I left space for you. What's the problem? Somehow you don't line up perfectly? Okay, that's fine. This is an uploader. It doesn't actually contain anything, so we can get rid of that. Well, it contains like a stack's worth at most. That's fine. So, stators can get uploaded into there instead. And rotors, similarly. Let's put a splitter here. We'll put a stack of splitters here. Okay, so rotors will still get handled the way that we're doing them now. Now, this is obsolete. Get rid of that. Chuck those in here. Get that working, and feed all of these stators back into this big merged thing. In fact, this is... No, that's an okay way of doing things. It's just... It just looks a little strange. So, we're going to put a faster belt over here. Gonna move this. I mean, really what I want is something like this. We're just offloading this backlog, so this belt isn't going to be here forever. So let's make sure that all these are getting loaded in properly. Alright, you and you and you are all there. Okay, and now the motors. Something is still, there it is. Okay, that's moving along now. Let's crank this up faster, like really fast. We might run out of rotors at this rate, but we've got a whole bin of those to draw from as well. Motors are being sent off to make modular engines, which is fine. They are also being sent down here. Let's just make sure that the motors are moving at a reasonable clip. There it goes. Just make sure I didn't use a slow belt for all of this because we don't want to wait forever for this to catch up. You know, I was in half-price books one time and I saw a cookbook called the I Hate Kale cookbook. It was something like that. It was specifically like kale recipes for people who think they don't like kale. I did not bother to investigate this much farther, but it's a thing that exists. Comes the motor. Okay, so this should have more of what it needs now. In fact, rubber is becoming the limiting reagent here. And for that, we need to be making more rubber. So we'll go investigate that in a little bit. In the meantime, while we're here, I want to look at our modular frames. There, see, those are getting cleared out. Rather an impressive rate, really. However, we've got modular engines, that's fine. Heavy modular frames, need more modular frames for. Now, I set up a whole separate area to make modular frames. So as long as this is getting fed properly, it's actually churning these out at a reasonable rate. This is kind of a black box. So that's fine. Nothing else is limited there. We may also be getting modular frames from over here. This is backed up. This is a backlog we don't need. And this is going only into versatile frameworks. which we clearly don't need at the moment. So let's get this working too. In fact, let's move this here. This here. And this. Not really any particular way to merge it in, is there? This is getting its frames up from below. These frames are coming in this way. Hang on. No, those are heavy modular frames. Okay, so these frames, these modular frames that are coming in, they're just getting piped directly in here. So maybe I'll just manually chuck a few over, because it's not like we really need any more than a certain number of these frames at any one time. If we come, just grab a few. This doesn't need to be here. You can have those. We'll keep you all busy for a while. Okay, so that should get us the rest of the cubes we need eventually. So let's take that aesthetics break before we run off and do other things. Which means I'm gonna spend 5 minutes just making the factory look nicer. What's going on over here? We've got more plastic than we need, really. And clearly not enough rubber, so we'll address that later. Timer on my watch for 5 minutes. And let's just put some foundations, or at least just some walls around the basements of these places. So 5 minutes go. In terms of walls, really we just have the basic walls right now, which I could make in different colors. Where's the shop? Just put it next to there. Yes, welcome back and all that. Walls. Steel frame windows, windowed walls. You know, let's take some of these, because those will look really cool later, because they kind of look like structural supports. Some windowed walls. Inverted ramp wall bundle. Tilted walls. Conveyor walls we already have. Door walls. Maybe we'll pick these up.
Walls are one of humanity's greatest inventions. They definitely stand above floors.
Frame pillars, structural frames. Oh, those look nice. Okay, we can buy all that. I think I have more tickets in a bin somewhere. But for now, let's just put some walls in. And go as far down as needed. Now this is clipping through the floor when it doesn't need to. And in fact, we can even have it branch up like so and down. There, that looks better. Now here we've got a couple of things that are coming into the basement. In or out of the basement. Let's put those through a 2-hole conveyor wall here. Ah, the drone just picked up some fuel. Something. So let's move this out from here. This is a slow belt, that's fine. There we go. Now it kind of looks like it belongs. Sometimes I've used a different style of wall for this. Oh, and there's 5 minutes. Okay. There we go. So, just spent a little bit of time making it look just a little better. Okay. Now, let's double check on this over here. This should hopefully be getting more motors at this point. You need rubber. Yeah, plenty of motors. You just need rubber now. Okay, so let's get to our Explorer. Where is it? Behind me. There it is. So let's adjust the balance of the plastic and rubber that we're making at our petroleum products area. Stuck behind our truck, but that's okay. I can still refuel, even though the truck is also there. You've got some rubber there, but not large quantities. Okay, so let's do a couple things. First of all, we put some sommer sloops into here that I don't think we actually need anymore. I'd rather have those for our project parts. Okay, that's done. And with that done, we can also adjust what we're making. Rubber, please. But don't put it up there. Put it on the bottom belt. Another thing we can do, which we never did before, is over here we've got special setups for our fabric and our plastic to go into hammer space, but we never set one up for rubber. All the rest of these are making turbo fuel. We might have a bit of a surplus of that. So let's shut you off. Let this extra drain, because we can. And we'll set this up to accept rubber. Wait a minute. Was this one? Yes, this was the one that I stopped. It was the next in line. This will ensure that we're actually keeping rubber in hammer space along with everything else, then I won't have to worry about it anymore. You're not actually even draining out the rest of this turbo fuel, because it's running out from everywhere else first. Alright, well, we'll just select residual rubber as the recipe then. Off you go. We need both resin and water, not fuel, so... there's the water. And for polymer resin, that's just on this lower level. It's not like we need large quantities of this. We just need a little bit to feed hammer space and to get sent off elsewhere, perhaps, though honestly that's not even super necessary at this point. It can just be like the fabric. It can just be our hammer space feeder. This is making rubber. Everything should be fine. Let's switch over one more machine to make rubber. Okay, so the balance of that is different now. Let's take these Sommer sloops back to base. Bonk. Where we shall use them to address the most pressing of our bottlenecks. Okay. Oh, there's the particle accelerator going. It must have gotten at least one cube. This is making the rockets, so we'll fill that up. And since this is making the turbo motors that makes the rockets, we'll put that in as well. Let's see, where is... Truck is on its way over. Let's see what it brings on this trip. Decent amount of rubber. It's really only enough to make one more instance of a turbo motor, though. working through our plastic, but only kind of slowly. All right, so let's adjust our balance a little further. And then we can go make sure everything's okay at the aluminum area. Just missed you there. Rubber, please. There we go. So if everything goes according to plan, we just should see our numbers start to tick up a little faster. Beep. What in the world did I run into? Luckily, this is essentially a pocket car. I don't have to care all that much. I hear some kind of powerful object near here. This way. Alright, so over here, let's just make sure that when our heavy modular frames get over here, they're able to be made into fused modular frames without any issues. Those are radio control units, those are fine. Okay, we're getting enough heavy modular frames to feed this thing, it looks like. We've got plenty of nitrogen gas. So that's all good. Guess we're uploading some of those. Cooling systems over there. Some of them get made into pressure conversion cubes. All right. So if we get any more Sommer sloops, fused modular frames might be another good way to use them, or just put them into the pressure conversion cubes. Okay, but that first thing in the list is actually doing quite well. And everything else should be going better than it was. So let's see, I'd kind of like to stay near-ish to home base so I can keep on checking on that rubber and stuff as needed. Are there any... There's these geysers which we could go to. That's not a bad idea. There's also this one over here. Let's go grab these geysers that are on the map. That one's already done. We were exploring up here before. We've kind of cleaned that area out. What's around here? A couple of Sommer sloops near that radar tower. And some other useful things. So there is still stuff to find up there. It'll be increasingly tricky, but we can do it. But let's focus on power. Just because we're always going to need more of that, one way or another. Where is our nearest power pole? Okay, that's our particle accelerator turning off. So, yeah, let's see what's on the map. We've got 1, 2, 3, 5 within range. So, some of that stuff is coming in through hammer space, which is fine. Is the high-speed connector coming in via hammer space? Don't see that it's being loaded necessarily, so let's make sure that we're doing that now that we have the Mercer spheres to get it done. There is research that Mercer spheres can go into, but it's just so useful to set up the depots that I just haven't really sunk any into it for a long time. Scene of absolute carnage. Just ridiculous amounts of roadkill. We'll take the barrel nuts because we use those with the alien protein to make our healing items. Can't be neglecting those. Bad things happen if you neglect your healing items. Look at that. That hatcher is still there. That seems to come back. We looted some stuff that was near there. Some over here as well. I guess it doesn't mind growing in the shade. My hands seem somewhat misplaced. This seems to fix itself after not too long, so I'm not terribly worried. Yeah, see, look at that. My hands aren't there. How did I get myself into this state? There we go. If I land, it works better. Okay, how is this balance doing? How much are you accruing here? Not enough, to be honest. Let's switch over another machine. Oh. And I don't need this anymore. Because I've got my hammer space. Okay, that opens things up. Let's... you know what? I don't want all that rubber getting dumped over there so fast that it goes into the sink faster than it's being used. So I'm actually going to slowly inject it into this system. We can pull it in through here. Approaching on clearance, but again, it's not a permanent belt, so I don't mind too much. What do you mean a buildable is already there? No, it's not. Oh, you're going the wrong way. Never mind. Is that a splitter? Does that need to be a splitter? That's a splitter, but it could be a merger. Let's see, I think... since only the center is in use, I may be able to replace one with the other. That it's not letting me do that though. Alright, you know what? Since this is temporary, we'll own the temporariness. Here's a merger. You can have the moderately fast belt for most of this, but the injection will be slow because I just don't want things to overflow into the sink at the far end. That should give us a nice supply, though. To all our locations, really. That is looking better. And how are things over here? Right, I need to make sure high-speed connectors are working. Where by working, I mean they're getting put into our hammer space bins. High-speed connectors. For computers, these are high-speed connectors. They're not being used for all that much. This could be where a bin goes, though. Maybe? Might be too tight a fit. And this is kind of a permanent structure, so I want it to look nice. Nice enough. This pole doesn't need to be here. Okay. Those will now go into hammer space. So, I am technically carrying everything with me that I need over a long enough period of time. So, no, I don't need that. I need the map. Okay, so... somewhere out between our oil zone, kind of out this way, is where all these geysers are. So let's go take a look. First of all, though... just about to finish one of those project parts. We can let that run. Let's make sure these things are doing okay. You still need the next load of rubber, but you've got everything else that you need aside from that. You're making extra thermal propulsion rockets. And it's just the turbo motors that are holding you back. Not by much, though. We've already got these 4 that have just come out, so... we're doing relatively well. And the nuclear pasta is doing great. Alright, let's go find those geysers. That truck should be bringing a nice amount of rubber. Don't want to run into you. You're friendly. So... we kind of want to go past the geysers that we've already claimed. Which basically means going this way. Let's put ourselves into wilderness mode. We want to go southwest from here. Kind of a new area for me. I guess I'm close to the sulfur I was looking at before. That's a boulder. We can certainly explore anything else while we're out here. Of those, that's pretty good. Just a slug. You're fine. Is that a waterfall? I think maybe it is. Some poison stuff down there, but we are right close to our vents. Another slug. Thank you. Wow, it's just right there. And there's an underground space we can get into. Okay. Those are footsteps, but they're not skittering footsteps. So, geothermal power. There you go. There's another one. Southeast. Oh, there it is. It's right there. Okay, let's give ourselves a nice big high platform to work with. And move back in the direction of the rest of our stuff, which is... I think our power line would be mostly southeast of here. Let's see what we can do about that. Thank you. Mercer Sphere. All right, we'll look at that later. For now, those fruits or cones or something in the tree, that's pretty cool. Ooh, purple slug. There's a lot up here. Please don't get yourself stuck in the terrain. Pain for all of us if you do. Ow. A drone. Yes, there's our power line. Okay, so let's get this prize. Is it possible to keep extending a ladder like this all the way to the space elevator platform? I doubt it. That probably doesn't exist as an interactable object. Ooh. Well, hello there. Giant floating manta ray. I haven't seen one of you yet in this playthrough, I don't think. That's the coolest thing ever. We'll investigate that more later. In the meantime, let's get this all hooked up. There's that platform. Wonder if we could get to that. Does seem a little closer. Maybe it is possible. I've certainly never tried. Have I looted that yet? No. Okay then. Well, first of all, is that a distance I can actually cover? Oh, look at that. I'm right on top of a concrete node. That's potentially useful. I think I'm gonna have to do at least one intermediary. Fine, we'll fight, if you insist. There you are. There. That has added a bit more power. And just as importantly, we've added more of our own landmarks to the map so that it's easier for us to find our way back to civilization from wherever this is. Ports down there. Death from above! Reinforced iron plates, some steel and encased industrial beams, some rotors, some stators. This is mostly stuff that's below our level at this point. Steel pipe. A lot of nice things, though. Oh, it just wanted some copper sheets to open. Thank you. There it goes again. All right, chat. Let's do something totally awesome. We're gonna wait around a bit. Let's wait till it comes back. Did we get that Mercer sphere? We did not yet. We could do that instead. Is it down there? We had to go past it. I'm also a little bit wary of the fact that it's getting darker. Because we all know what that means. There it is. Whee! Okay, I think this is the one we saw.
Defile the structure. Attempt number 7,853,206. Are you there?
Orchestral tuning.
Ah, good. I think I understand better now.
Your curves are beautiful.
How inappropriate. Tell me more.
Your mimic tapestry follows the pattern. It swallows temples. It is harmonious.
If I could blush, I would.
Nice trees. Let's see. There's another geyser a bit beyond these. Not far from more oil. I wonder if that's a deliberate world building choice on their part. It's getting dark. We all know how I feel about traveling in the dark. Where are you, buddy? Aha. This should be worth a wait. You. Ah! I missed it! Well, maybe we'll catch a later train. There's our geothermal thingies. You know, at some point, I gained the ability to make ziplines. I need an extra Xeno zapper for that. Oh, and I also need quick wire for it. All right, which for some reason I'm not carrying with me. Okay, well, we'll do this the hard way then. Hard and trusting way. Oh, I do believe that is Caterium anyway. Well then. And is that... If it's a hard drive, I've gotten it already. Okay. There's a slug down there. Grab some of you. Clearly, this will have to be another thing I set up back at the home base next time we're there. Yeah, let's just use all that we have. Might as well. I'm carrying a lot of stuff. Including a bunch of different colors of slugs. I've got 12 blue slugs on me. Four yellow ones. And 4 purple ones. That's what happens when you go exploring for ages and ages. We also could use... the other stuff is equipment. Zipline, there we go. And also while we're here... let's throw together some protein inhalers. There it goes again. Let's explore a little bit. That's Caterium ore. Gold slug over there. A conveyor ladder that I was using as a ladder. It's still quite dark out here for serious exploring. Case in point. What is around here? I'm coming up this way. Saw something blow upable over there. That's an ongoing crevice. I saw another boulder as well. It's getting light again, at least. Oh, there it is. Okay, that's somewhat nicer. And suppose I were to come this way. Guess I'll take the time to get rid of you. I hear you, Hog, but I'm not sure you can get to me. That may be a hard drive I don't have yet. Yes. Forget hard drives. Press E to pet? Yay! That wasn't something you could do in early access. Nuclear pasta seems to have stalled, so we'll have to check on those in a bit. But for now, this is more important. Oh man, this is giving us a grand tour. There's a hard drive I haven't gotten to yet. We can just use this guy as our explorer bus. This is so cool. There's a summer sloop even. I don't want to drop off because then I'll be in the middle of nowhere. I do want to kind of go for an entire loop on this thing. So red forest that way. Where am I? We're just filling in the whole thing over here. I guess we'd want a radar tower out here as well. Purple slug by that waterfall. It is somewhat moth-like, isn't it? Where are we? Oh man, we're all the way over here. Mercer Sphere. At a spot where you can easily get onto the creature. Got another one? Couple of gold slugs up this way. Blue slug with a hatcher by it. Bunch of slugs sitting up on archways. I had not realized or remembered the extent to which these rock arches were pervasive all over the place. This is a tour, isn't it? It's very literally showing us a bunch of stuff that we could just jump off and grab. Looks like a Mercer sphere on a pedestal over there. We're starting to come back to where we began. Yeah, there's our power tower. Oh, with the Sommer sloop. All right, well, I'll jump off early and take this Sommer sloop. Thank you, creature. I think that was worth a little bit of a wait. But let's get back to our aluminum area. Or at least somewhere more civilized. Which way do I want to go? This is the right way. Let's try this zip line. Actually, where did I leave the Explorer? It's up at our oil zone. Okay. Which means maybe I want to... Maybe I want to go towards there ultimately, but we'll just... Oh. Will this work? Doesn't seem to be. Or maybe I'm just not using it right. Well, if nothing else, we can just follow our own breadcrumbs. There. That's a little more sensible. I'm hitting you, aren't I? Yes. That's better. Where am I going? This will take me back up to my Explorer. I think... Yes, I've already looted that hard drive. Okay, well now I have this. Nuclear pasta is moving forward. Well, that was fun. Okay, you're getting reasonable amounts of rubber now. Let's check on... Check on our aluminum area since we're out here. Silly critters. Question, did I loot this thing? Not yet. Think I have what I need? No, I don't. Did I throw what I need into hammer space? Yes. Excellent. Okay, how's all this doing? You're getting what you need. You're running a little low on heavy modular frames. You're getting enough rubber, which is good. That doesn't seem to be a concern, though. We have summer sloops, which means we could add one here. Okay. That other geyser is a bit north of us. Let's go searching for it. A bit northwest. Oh my. Oh, I might have been here before. Let's go around this lake. It's kind of a nasty looking area. It's just wood, but it's not anything dangerous. It's a shortcut at the very least. Yoink. Pick up our loot. I do like to clear out all the boulders just so that I won't notice a boulder later and think that maybe there's something I missed. It's an object that needs to settle down. Okay, and our geyser is right over here. Including a hard drive. Oh, and there's the actual geyser too. Okay. Oh. See some boulders over there as well. Any more of you little guys? What's around here? We've got spitter remains. That's expected. Hatcher remains. There's a Mercer sphere up there. Copper sheets. More copper sheets. Stators. Industrial beams. You need power. Well, thankfully. Oh, motors. And circuit boards. All you need is power. Guess what we've got right here? Which way do I want to point that? Northeast, I guess. Doesn't matter too much. Okay, don't need that anymore. Let's grab that Mercer sphere while I'm thinking about it. Plus that'll give us a nice vantage point over everything. We seem to be getting far away from things. Something up there. There's an explodable rock. Let's have a look at that too. Really just guarding one slug. Seems to be the case. Okay, that's gone. Let's get this thing hooked up to what it needs to be hooked up to. We can just kind of come back this way, I guess. We can attach it to the other geysers specifically. You're just showing the output from this one machine because you're not hooked up to anything else yet. see all y'all down there. You're running off. I'm gonna need more ammo. There it is. Whee! Ha. There. Yeah, that seemed like an excessive bunch of boulders to me. Okay, but now that's hooked up. Let's get our explorer back to a place that makes sense. In fact, you know what we could do? We could just dismantle this entirely. Throw some things into hammer space. Like these. These. Yoink. And just use our zipline. Because we know this will take us back to civilization. Just go off that way. The cable can go through a tree, but I can't. I think that is the deal. I'm guessing that I cannot go through a big solid tree. I know that the space elevator has collision when the Manta does not. In any case, I'd rather not find out somewhere in the middle of nowhere. Oh look, there's another one of our geothermal plants up there. We'll just take this all the way back. quite what I wanted. Okay, but this does not need to be this giant stockpile. In fact, I'd rather have it be a dimensional depot. There. Now we finally have quick wire in our setup. No more running out of that. And how's all this doing? Don't have a backlog of plastic anymore, which might indicate a problem. We do have a backlog of rubber. So we may need to tune that a bit. How are things going over here? You're still not getting enough motors. And you're not getting enough fused modular frames. What am I doing? Aha! Now it's the rotors that are not in high enough supply. Very well. Well, we can certainly fix those. Rotors... Let's replace this with a merger. I can't just replace it. I have to... And now we can run these over. These that have been stacked up for however long. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, you are being supplied nicely. How's our back supply of stators? Looking better. You're fine. You are still needing ridiculous amounts of modular frames. Let's get them piped over properly. Because clearly those few stacks were not enough. And this line is not helping for that purpose, so... This is where they're coming in. Everything okay up here? Yeah, you all are doing fine. Whatever I put down here is going to be at least sort of permanent. Let's put a merger here. You can go there. Mark 5 lift, huh? Okay. And now over here, we've got room to bring in another line. Slightly messy, but it will do. And I don't think we actually need any of these anymore for a while, but can let it keep running. Now that this has got ridiculous amounts of what it needs, let's turn its speed up a little bit. Might not have enough screws for that, but we'll see. Seems fine for now. Steel pipes are coming in fairly slowly. Just make sure we're not being unfairly gated by our belt speed. Oh, huh. I'd already upgraded most of that. That'll eventually run out of screws at this pace, so we'll turn it down a little bit. How are things back over here? Now, the increase in heavy modular frames will take a while to percolate through the system. They've got to make it all the way over here, get loaded onto the drone, go away, get turned into other stuff, and then come back. Those are motors. And there's the heavy modular frames. Let's make sure we're not holding ourselves back with those unnecessarily. Guess those are already Mark V lifts. What are you bringing? I think I saw some kind of cube there. These are being made a lot faster now. This is pretty much fine, to be honest, as long as they're not taking ages to cover that whole distance. Okay, screws are now the limiting reagent. We simply need more of them. And honestly, it's a little awkward having them come out both sides like this. Why are these all spaced differently? This is a mess. I'm not going to take the time to fix it right now, but I am going to set these up a little more sensibly. You should make cast screws out of iron ingots. Same for you. Now each of you Takes 12.5 per minute, which means the smelter only needs to be churning out 12.5 per minute. Means we can use a little less power from all of these. There you go, and there you go. Might need to beef that up a bit, but this will do for now. Honestly, just keep it messy for the time being. That's not helping. And let's get you moving across. Still a mess, but we've got at least slightly higher volume now. Okay. That's looking a little better. How's the drone port doing? Alright, well, at least it's getting a few heavy modular frames. And some of those are getting used for things like, I think, computers as well. Yeah, adaptive control units, which I think are less critical for what we're doing right now. Oh, Ropu, thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. Gonna send these out just because I'd rather have them over there. Yes, thank you very much. Glad to have you. Alright, well that's rolling along for now. How are our... not the cubes, but the other things. This got a cube. Oh, this has a few cubes to work with. Excellent. Okay, so it's going fine. You need more fused modular frames. 50 turbo motors stacked up. Okay. You know what? That means I'm going to take this summer sloop out of here. And I'm going to put it in the heavy modular frames machine. There you go. And we still need more screws. Okay. Let's fix this area properly then. Could just overclock these. But first of all, let's get this to a point where we can expand things off either side without having to move the end of the line, because that's the part that's really ridiculous. It's just this one that's going off to the other side. So without interrupting things too badly as they currently stand, let's square this up. Let's plan to have the right and the left sides both branch off from here. Let's turn just this one around to start with. This one will go on top. We need a merger, and I want it pointing this way, because it's going to point out. We'll get you illustrating what's to come next. We don't have much of a drop in the terrain on this side. That's fine. which means I'll just run you this way. And we're going to turn this whole setup around the other way. Light makes it hard to see which way these are pointed. All these mergers need to be flipped around the other direction. That's all. There you go. I don't think this is connected properly. I guess I've got a dismantle crate here. Okay, now we can add more machines to the end. Which is exactly what I'll do. I wasn't really thinking in terms of well thought out manifolds when I first set this up, so that would be why I've got way more smelters than I need, but that's okay. We can just underclock them. Just like we did with the other ones. Use faster belts for this. You can make iron ingots at 12.6 per minute. Copy that. Same for you. Have some extra ore. Cast screws for you. And there's even more screws. I'm gonna get enough. Yes, just barely. Perfectly tuned. Although we're starting to run a little short on iron ore, but it's okay. It's still saturating these machines, so we're all right. How are you doing? Finally getting enough screws. How are things over here? Our shortage of plastic might be an issue after a while, but hasn't been yet. Hello, nuclear pasta. Oh. Here comes a drone. Okay, we're sending 5 heavy modular frames away. That's a better number than we've been doing recently. Toss some of those in there as well. I don't need to carry all these with me. And we're sure getting plenty of cooling systems. Ooh. Is that 4 cubes? Very nice. Not huge amounts of fused modular frames over here. So let's keep an eye on things. Once we get enough nuclear pasta, we are going to need nuclear pasta for the next stage, but if we don't need any more pressure conversion cubes for them for the time being, we may just want to hold fused modular frames to being what they are so we can finish off the rest of what we're doing. Is there a statistic somewhere that says how many screws we've made to date? I'm sure there is one somewhere. Options, key bindings, somewhere there's a screen that shows more, like, a more detailed view of, like, the stats of things in the factory, but I've never really used that feature before, so I'm not super knowledgeable about that. While we're waiting on this, let's go see what's going on with these 2 geysers. And yeah, let's just plan on halting production of pressure conversion cubes once we've made enough nuclear pastas. I need to build my explorer again. And let's actually drop off some trash before we do anything else. For example, some stuff I just don't need to be carrying. I keep picking up more reinforced iron plates because I keep replacing stuff that used them, but I don't need to be carrying all these. going into hammer space anyway. Same with these encased industrial beams. I'm just not using them in large enough quantities to justify any of that. Let's get started on one of these hard drives since we're here. That won't free up any space, but... Oh, I've got 5 of them. It'll at least get something interesting going. Don't need this. Okay, where are we going? We're going south-southwest, basically. In fact... might work to go along the natural road. Sorry, not sorry. Got a poison zone here. Okay, but we're going the right direction. Wow, this place looks deforested and it's not even my fault. There's cliffs. This is a high up place. Okay, let's just not bother wondering where that is anymore. We can build ladders and whatever we need. So we need to go down the cliffs into that swamp. Not sure if I'm hitting that properly. You must be very careful because these things will charge you off a cliff. Like that. The jetpack helps. And
Follow the fade to the altar and chant.
okay. Now, something I don't always bother to do is you can blow up those poison towers and thus not burn through your filters. Oh, I'm sure there's scary stuff in there. Quite in the mood to go searching for that at the moment. Okay, there's a lot of you down here. Up for heals. Where are you? There you are. Yoink. Is there another one of those hatchers around? I might have shot it in all the confusion. We've got some quartz. Ooh, we've got some fused modular frames. There. Computers. Did I just hit and destroy one of the burning flames that was shot at me? I don't know. Oh, that's mycelia. That's cool. Cooling system? Wow, they clearly didn't expect me to get over here until this stage, which is interesting. Repairs needed. Superposition oscillator. I don't have one of those yet. But I'm glad to have picked up this other stuff. Okay, well, where's... South of us is where that geyser is. It is incredible how many failed missions there have been, isn't it? Oh, hello. Maybe I should just use this. Where are you? Like, not even landed, got out, got eaten by something, but just flat out crashed. Okay, where next? We're still going south. The funny thing is, I did kind of run through this area earlier after sort of riding the drone. No. Oh, you were a small one. You died quickly. Oh, snap. You still after me? Probably worth building an explorer when we get down there. Just have a look around. Make sure we don't drive into anything that could be deep water. Oh, we're coming right up to it. Just kind of gloopy and swampy and gross out here. This is totally where the geysers are, though. So let's look at where we are. Zoom way in. They're basically on either side of us. So you there. You there. Power pole. And now we've got to get this power back to the rest of our grid. And maybe set up a radio tower. Radar tower, I should say, now that we're here. Maybe just put it right here. No more geysers, more bauxite, some more SAM ore, crude oil, more nitrogen. Okay. Well, plenty more stuff out here, but nothing that's immediately crucial to me. More to the point, let's get a power pole up. Guess for best results, we'll just go back the way we came. Keeping in mind that I'm sure a Stinger can jump this high. Oh, come on. Ooh. That's an idea. A little awkward. Can I get an even better vantage point? Do you only want to go down? Guess that would make sense. Huh? Nope, I can go up. Oh, hi. I seem to have blown up a tree. This isn't working very well. Okay, you're dead. There's still another one of you. I guess there is. But I can't tell where. Oh, you're up there. Hello? Is that another crash site? Yes, it is. Alright, well, no wonder this place is so well guarded. Alright, well, I've cleared the scenery away from this place without really meaning to. Which is a little unfortunate, but we'll make the most of it. We'll plant that thing a little more nicely. Oh, there's uranium right on top of this thing. It's not just the hog. Alright, good to know. Well, at least we can get rid of the hog by forcing a despawn. Heavy modular frames, excellent. Still need more of those. We've got some silica. Got the remains of a hatcher. Anything else useful? Some more silica, some heat sinks. So they expect us to find this right about now.
Damaged hard drive recovered. Return it to the MAM for data recovery.
Maybe she doesn't like that we're not dealing with all of them right away. I see a Mercer sphere over there. No doubt got its own guard. You were surprisingly reasonable.
Look through the window and witness a thread.
Kind of going sideways here. Meaning valid placement. Guess you don't want to be right on top of that uranium node, which I don't blame you for. There you go. Get a nice view. Okay, if we go north, as north as we can, we'll hit our fuel zone. That was pretty nice. Oh, check that out. Oh my goodness, it's a whole family of lizard doggos. Tons of them. One and... will it connect? No, wire is too long. Very well. Oop. You down. A lot of you here. I'm out of ammo. Are you working properly? Oh, you're up there too. I'd kind of like to go that direction. guess I gotcha. Okay, there's a couple of you little ones here. Oh, there's a purple one over there. Will this connect yet? Yes. And now we're back basically in civilization. And we've got nearly all the nuclear pastas we need, which means let's go to the aluminum area. Via the power lines, no less. And make sure that we're not going to run short of the fused modular frames. I've never heard of it mattering where on a creature you happen to hit them. Oh, check that out. Let's see. Still going south. There's a Mercer sphere down there. I must have gotten that hard drive already. Seems unusually close to my stuff to have not cleared things away. Okay, we have enough nuclear pastas, which means step one. Step one, I'm gonna put on my hover pack. But let's stop making pressure conversion cubes for a little bit. Which means let's not send our fused modular frames over there. Just break that for a moment. Yoink. And instead... Oh, you recall my noticing some stuff and figuring I'd handle it later. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, well, let's send back all these. Some of which we picked up on our explorations. And all these heavy modular frames we can drop here as though they'd arrived. To similar ends. That was a long time ago, shortly after I found this place. That makes a lot of sense. Maybe that's something we can do while we're waiting for things over here. I have some computers. Oh wow, you're actually backed up on these. Assuming you're getting enough nitrogen, we could make these faster. Yeah, no problem. Let's see how the next cycle goes. Yeah, actually, not a problem at all. We can speed that up for a while. I used to have a MAM up here, but I guess I took it away. Let's put it back. Hard drive scan has been completed. Alternate recipe, we can make copper wire out of Caterium. We can make a silicon circuit board. What is... If I go to just a regular circuit board. Okay, so if we wanted to be able to make circuit boards out of copper sheets and silica instead of out of copper sheets and plastic, we could do that. That's interesting. Well, let's put another one of these in here. But we don't need to move it, we just need to press the button. Okay, well, since that's running... How are those fused modular frames coming? They're fine. Okay, well, I still don't know whether I'm... Oh. At least one thing in this mess may be a stinger. Yep. I don't like having that so close to my stuff. Eh. Just make you a little bit movable. That's now a hiding spot, and it's nighttime. Means I really don't want to anger that stinger right now. The hog, however, is a little more handleable. Something smacked into my window. IRL. Is that the spot where I blew open the cave and there was the stinger in there and I ran off and I was like, nope? I'm not sure. Oh, hello. Equal opportunity jump scares today. But I'm pretty sure we've occupied your spawn point at this point. Oh, come on. Despawn. You know you wanna. I guess I'll loot you. There. Mercer sphere's off in this direction. It's dark. It's not safe out here. There's that guy. It's very not safe out here. That thing generates poison, but it's not hostile. Where'd the hog go? Didn't think I'd kill it. behind and to my left, I think. Maybe it's stuck in the terrain again? Oh, hello. How'd you get up there? Oh, I know what's behind there. You can already hear it skittering. Don't feel like dealing with that in the dark, though. Ooh, MAM research complete. Let's go check on that. Let's hope that all those guys are close enough to machines that we're okay. Alternate recipe. Bio coal. We can make coal out of biomass. Or coated iron canisters if we wanted to make liquid containers out of iron and copper rather than out of plastic. Interesting. I guess if we had a shortage of plastic. How many hard drive do we still need? Oh, this would be trivial with our current stuff. Let's see. Crafting bench. Thank you. Ten of these. And we'll need some high-speed connectors, which we should have in our hammer space now.
Hostile organisms added to the object scanner. Note, it cannot detect the species, only aggression. There are many creatures that dislike you, Pioneer, but I am your true friend.
Okay. Rocket fuel. Both of these would need a hard drive. Synthetic power shards. Can't deal with those yet. Alien technology needs a bunch of stuff we don't have. So really we just need 2 hard drives for further research. So we'll save a couple. We can scan the others. Getting close to those thermal motors. That must be the one I saw earlier.
This is a shrine to windows and weaving.
Alright, well I snagged that out from under your nose. Oh! I know there's friendly fire between creatures. If they get aggressive, but then they can't reach you, they'll attack each other. And that is a bunch of dead stingers. Seems that they and this hog had an altercation. You know what? I'm just gonna leave that alone. We have the Mercer Sphere, we're good to go. We're starting to get really close on those motors. How's our drone port looking? We're sending back a fair number of fused modular frames. How are the fused modular frames doing? We may be backed up on other things at this point. Yeah, we're going through all our frames here. Now we need more aluminum casings. And you're just kind of hanging out. All right, well, you do you. And swing around this way. Oh, I hope you're not stuck there. That would be really awkward. Anything else that might be close by? Still another Mercer Sphere over there. Sommer sloop in this direction. Another bugged nuclear hog. Do I want to deal with a bugged nuclear hog right now? I'm not sure. There's a Mercer sphere. That was no good. Okay. No comment on that one. Another hostile dude over there. There's my explorer. More roadkill. Let's grab some more of these because I need more healing items. Okay. How are those? Oh my goodness, look at that. We're only 5 away. Definitely gonna finish that this session. That is cool. That is what I was hoping for. MAM research complete. More fuel for me. More of these. What's the ma'am giving us? Tempered copper ingot. So if we want to get 12 copper ingots out of only 5 copper ores, we can add some... That's petroleum coke. Huh. Turbo electric motors would change what we would use for turbo motors. One more. Sure, we can make one of those too. Okay, rubber was backing up and plastic was kind of at a deficit, so let's adjust our balance just a smidge. Look at that, 249. And 250. All right, let's get back to base and launch this thing. Whee! Couple of spitters who just seem to always be in the way. All right, here goes. All of our phase 4 stuff is filled up. Here we go.
Welcome to the Pioneers Got Power Problems presentation. That was a joke. Anyway, you're familiar with the process. Just throw the lever and the automated systems will take over. Imagine all the time and effort that would be wasted if you had to do all that work as well. Some work is just better suited for machines. Phase 5 contains technology the human brain cannot comprehend, so just trust in me and fix it policy and everything will go as planned. Answering all your questions will take time we simply do not have. Everything is going to be just fine, so long as you do your job. We've come this far together after all, haven't we? Anyway, you know what to do. Just don't forget to keep producing previous project parts, and plan ahead when setting up new production lines, and make sure not to leave it all until the last moment.
Okay.
Phase 4 of Project Assembly completed. If style was measured in my performance reports, yours would be something special. Regardless, saving the day is within our grasp. Do not lose focus now. You must understand the weight on your shoulders, but you are not alone. I am here, and I know exactly what's at stake. This goes beyond Earth. Your actions will affect the universe at large. You might think I am exaggerating. Perhaps you will understand once you finish Project Assembly. Phase 5 awaits. I expect your best work.
Okay. Some big old thing on the side there. We still need nuclear pasta, so we're going to need to turn that back on. Plus a bunch of other stuff. First of all, however, we need to change the stream title, because it is now the beginning of Phase 5. So, matter conversion, quantum encoding, fix-it blueprints, spatial energy regulation, peak efficiency. Converter. The converter harnesses reanimated SAM to enable precise matter and energy transmutation. Warning, power usage is very high and unstable. Okay. If we hadn't bothered to do anything with SAM yet, now that's apparently going to become relevant. Fixite ingot. Produced by reconstructing other metals on a molecular level using strange alien matter. That's the SAM. Synthesized by Fixit to be the perfect construction material and used in the most high-end processes. Okay. This is all stuff I have not worked with before. This was not in early access. Fixite trigon. Made from fixite ingots, is perfectly shaped for all construction challenges. Its performance is so exceptional it basically solves structural engineering. Yeah, it's a triangle. Diamonds. Synthetic diamonds produced by exposing coal to extreme heat and pressure. Okay. Time crystal. Okay, we've seen research that asks for that. Diamonds that have been reconfigured on a subatomic level in the converter to retain a time-periodic, self-organizing structure. This allows them to be used in the development of quantum processing and storage technologies. Biochemical sculptor. 3D printer used for the production of synthetic biological resources. And then the SAM stuff that we've been working with already. Okay, everything else is going to require stuff made from those things, so... I guess we better get started on matter conversion. Cooling system, radio control units, fused modular frames. Well, it's a good thing we've got tons of those. Though not necessarily in hammer space. Let's see if we've got some more over here. Has anything been dumped in here? A few cooling systems, actually. Are we completely backed up on those? Wow, alright. Okay, well, we got all of those that we need. Radio control units, we'll take those a few at a time. Go for full stacks if we can. We know all that stuff's just getting shipped back over here, so we can just pull it out of machines as we need it. Including these. I'm stealing them. Research is a little more important than business as usual. Right on cue. Alternate recycled rubber. Okay, if we can also get recycled plastic, those are both useful things. Though the usefulness is a little hidden in the context of transporting stuff with vehicles. Because how I set this up before was I just had conveyor belts taking all my plastic and rubber away. And either of those belts that got backed up, I'd just send the extra to be recycled into the other thing. But since we've got a vehicle doing that, that's a little bit less helpful. Molded beam. But let's take this. Just to have it, because it could be a useful thing in the future. I'm down to 2 drives. I'm gonna sit on those. Okay, glad we made a lot of those. Got those. Do I have my... Right, I'm not putting radio control units into hammer space. We can fix that. And we need to go back to the aluminum area anyway so we can turn our pressure cubes back on. That was slightly overkill. I suppose... I don't know. I'm also not really leaving fuel as fuel anymore. I'm kind of turning it all into turbo fuel. So the way that I'm using all this stuff is different than it used to be. I can't get into my Artsopedia just now. That's okay, because I don't think I've unlocked any of the new stuff yet. We need to go pick up the right things. Up we come. Okay, let's get our pressure conversion cubes back. Use modular frames, and you just need to be reconnected here. And then this. Actually grab some of those. We're gonna need a total of 200 more of them. I think we had a stash of them over here still. Yes. And let's set up hammer space for them. Two computers. Okay. Computers are the thing in short supply. Very well. Those are already getting... Honestly, this whole thing is ridiculous. Really is. I need to improve that whole thing. But that can happen after we finish our first bunch of research. Yep. Okay, that was impressive. And just heading back down here like always. Back up this way. And refuel. Just casually driving over a monster. No biggie. No biggie. Oop. Almost ran that bush over. I overclock all these. Making extra, so I really don't need to anymore. Let's turn at least a couple of them down a bit. Okay, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 stacks.
Milestone reached. The converter uses strange alien matter, abbreviated to SAM, to break down and transform materials at their most fundamental levels. I am sure even you can appreciate the power to manipulate atomic bonds. Most importantly, you are now able to locally create fixite, a highly adaptable synthetic metal, ideal for any kind of construction. It is everything we need to save the day, and perhaps its admirable qualities can inspire you.
Perhaps. Peak efficiency. I would need time crystals for that, which I can make now. Which would give us the better conveyor belts. And the other stuff needed for it is pretty basic. Let's go for quantum encoding first. I'm not really hurting for conveyor belt speed right now. But let's see. Fixite ingot. Iron, aluminum, deuterium. We can turn any of those into fixite. Interesting. So basically anywhere that we've got the capability to mine some metal, we can combine it with the reanimated SAM to make fixite. Now, we've already got a place where we're working with reanimated fixite. It's up here. And we've got some iron up there. And or we could just move the reanimated SAM to anywhere where we might happen to have an excess of ingots. So the next big question is, what else are we going to want to combine with ingots? The trigons we can just make from the ingots. And then the biochemical sculptor would be produced in the blender. Needs assembly director systems, which we're making over here, and water, and a bunch of trigons. Okay. Now, water is in famously not great supply around here. But we've got some up there right next to the SAM ore. So that's actually not terrible. All we need to do is get the assembly director systems up there, and that's doable. So maybe this whole area is about to become more important. Diamonds. We just put coal in a particle accelerator. Okay. We've also got coal up there. Time crystal is just made out of diamonds. Okay. All right. Well, I think this northern area then is the next place we're working with. Is nuclear pasta used for anything? Something. But we don't know what yet. Right now, it's just for putting in space elevator still. Okay then. Well. Let's go up and get a look at what we're working with then. Not that we have much time left to do anything this week, but we can see what we're doing next time. Screws still doing their thing. Oh, we're using our steel pipes as fast as we can make them. Might want to adjust the pacing on that. Now that we've finished phase 4, we might not need the same things to be going at breakneck speed. Well, alright, here we are back at Christmas Town, which is now kind of ironically in the way. But hey, we've got coal here, which is about to be useful again, because we're going to need to make diamonds out of it. So I think step 1 is going to be to retool and improve all this. Because we've got a lot of our next stuff right here. So that's the next step, and we'll have our Christmas stuff just kind of looming in the background. 'Cause why not? That's pretty funny, actually. This has all come to a halt, but it's gonna be important again soon. So, I'll save that. And head to the outro. Let's see who's around to raid. Oh, and I gotta check one more thing. Yes. Clocks in the United States are moving forward an hour next Sunday, so keep that in mind if that is... whether you need to do the same or you need to account for the fact that you're not. People setting off fireworks outside? What's going on? They're not supposed to do that, but it's a common thing. All right, well, Two Legit City is also playing Satisfactory. They are in phase 4, so if you want to see more of what you just saw and not spoilers for what's coming up next, it'll be a good place to be. So let's head on over there. I will see you all next week, next Sunday, for more Satisfactory. My plan so far is that it looks like I get the highest viewership for Slipstream on Wednesdays and Thursdays. There's kind of increasing viewership as the week goes on. So Tuesday, I think I'm actually going to be streaming 2 Point Museum, because that's the standard launch date for it, for anyone who didn't get advanced access. So that may take over Tuesdays for a while. But I think this Tuesday, that's probably what it's going to be. But watch for your notifications. That'll show you what it is when the time comes. And I shall see you all next week for whatever you'd like to join me for. Thank you all so much as always. And I'll see you all next time.